Welcome to this YouTube tutorial where we'll be building a full stack blog application with Flask and SQL. So the purpose of this tutorial is to get you familiar with SQL and building web applications with SQL. So right now you can see the application before me. We can log in or register. And I will log in as an admin user because we have normal users and we have admin users. So the admin user will be created through the command line, but normal users will just register. So I will log in as an admin user, and when I log in as an admin user, you can see that some extra posts are now coming up. Posts that are scheduled for the future and posts that are draft. So we also have things like filter search with SQL and pagination. So we do pagination. All this we do without working with any without working with SQL Alchemy or any ORM that Python has to offer. So we just use Raw SQL. So the filter search works. So when we click on it, you can see that the search has brought out some posts, and because I'm an admin user, I can see posts that are draft. And if I click on read more, I can obviously edit posts, and you can see that I have images. We'll look at how to upload images. We'll look at each post has tags. So we're going to look at how to create tags for posts. Then we can edit the post. So we're using a markdown text editor. You can see that you can put your Python flags. You can add and change. You can add more tags. So you save to update, and we also use a codehilite extension. So that you can actually have syntax highlighting if you want to create technical posts on some content. So that will be all. You can also create posts from the home page and create a new post. So that's going to be all. Stick around and let's set up our project in the next section. Create an empty folder inside your Visual Studio Code text editor called Flask blog, or whichever name that you want to name it. Then open your terminal. Just go to the toolbar and open new terminal. So we're going to create our virtual environment by typing python-m vmv.vmv. This will create a virtual environment for us with some files inside of it. Then we'll activate our virtual environment running source.vmv bin/activate. If you are on Windows, you use scripts, but if you are using Linux or macOS, you use bin. So source.vmv/bin/activate. This will activate our virtual environment. Then we're now going to install Flask using the pip command. So Flask will be installed inside of the virtual environment. After we've done that, we're going to create a folder inside of the Flask blog, and we'll call it app. And inside of the app folder, we're going to create a __init__.py file. So this is where we're going to initialize the Flask application web server. I'm going to say from Flask import Flask. So in order for VS Code to know that Flask is installed already, just go to the bottom right corner and click on where you see the version, the Python interpreter version. Select the recommended, and VS Code will know that we have it. Then we're going to create a function called create app, and inside of the create app, we're going to create a variable, and this is where we initialize the Flask server class with passing the __name __. Then we're going to set up the app config from mapping. So from mapping, so we're going to set the database database, we're going to be using SQLite. So we're going to do db SQLite 3 as our database. And secret key. So the secret key must be securely generated, but for development purposes, I'm going to leave it as dev. But when you are uploading your file to your file to production environment, you must use a secure secret key. So then I'm going to set a upload directory or dir, and I'm going to set it to uploads. So this is where we'll upload our files and everything. So now that we've configured our application, the next thing is to just save it. So but we'll create a test app, a test route. So Flask uses decorators to define route. So we're going to bind route. So we're going to create a route using the app.route at app.route hello world, and we're going to create the function hello, and I'm just going to return hello world, hello world. So then finally I'm going to return the app. So once I return the app, so it's showing me some error. I don't know why it's showing me some error. So yes, so it's going to return the app. So once we return the app, I can now check if it's running. So I'm just going to check using my terminal. So I'm just going to use coil localhost 5000. Oh, before I can check it, I have to run the server. So to run the server, you have to first export Flask debug and set it to true. Then we run the server using Flask run. So this will run the server for us. Then I'll test it. It's running at localhost 5000. So I'm going to use coil to call that URL this route that we created /hello, and you see that is logged on the hello route is being logged on the server, and you can see the response is being returned. So I'm just going to I want to shift this up a little bit. Okay, so that's the test. So it means everything is working. So now we're going to create, inside of the app folder, we're going to create a blog folder, and we'll create a users folder. Now inside of the users folder, I'm going to create user.sql. So this is where we're going to create our database table. So inside of the user, I'll create user.sql. So before I do anything, I'm going to say drop table if exists users, then create table users. So then ID, we'll set the ID, the primary key. The ID is going to be the primary key, so integer primary key, and it's going to be auto increment. So the next one is username. Username is going to be a variable character, so I'll set it to 255. Then I'll set it to unique, so only one username, and I'll set it to null. That means the field can be nullable. Then email, I'll set email to varchar 255 also, and I'll set it to unique. 2, and it's not going to be null. Email is required. Then I'll put the password, because we need our password. So it's going to be varchar 120 not null. Then I want to have an isAdmin in case to make a user an admin or not. So I'm going to set this to boolean and default to 0 because the user is not an admin. I'll say not null. Then so this is all what we need. This is all what we need in our user table: ID, username, email, password, and isAdmin. So this is all what we need in our user table. So in our inside of the block folder, I'm going to create a blog.sql. So the SQL file is acting as where we are creating the structure. We're structuring our database inside of the SQL file. So inside the blog.sql, so we're going to be creating 3 tables. One for tags, because the post you can create tags for post, and we're going to create tables, post, and tag item. So I'm going to say drop if exists tags, drop if exists post, and drop table, not just drop table if exists, drop table if exists. I'm going to say tagged items. So I'll first create the table for tags. So create table tags. So our ID, which is this is going to be an integer, a primary key. I'll set it to auto increment. Then we have the name, also the name of the tag. So it's just going to be a varchar of 50. Then unique, I'll make it unique, and I'll make it not null because we need it. So that's all we need for the tags. So the next thing is the post, to create the post table. So I'm going to create table post. So sorry, I didn't create table post. So I'm going to ID integer primary key as usual, auto increment. So for our ID, then we need a title, the title for our post. So it's going to be varchar of 255, and it's not going to be set to not null. Then an image, we need image. So this is just, the image is just going to contain the location where the image file is stored on the server. So I'll set the image to not null. So not null. So each post must have an image. Then for the slug, we're going to create a slug, so that we can have a unique way of accessing each individual post. So I'll set to a varchar of 50. I'll give it a constraint unique and not null. Then finally, or not finally, but finally, the body. So the body is just going to be a text, and I'll set it to null. So I'm using SQL. Let me explain. SQL is kind of a very straightforward language, because now I'm creating a table, create table tags. So it's not really if you is self-explanatory. If you look at, I'm creating a database column, a database field, and you can see ID and integer primary key, auto increment. So it's an integer. This is the primary key, unique identifier, and auto increment is going to generate by itself. Now a varchar is another type, just text, letters, or characters. Then unique is a constraint saying that this our column should not have duplicate values, and not null just simply means that the column should not contain null value. So it's very self-explanatory when you see it. So now we're going to create we need a publish field, so which is going to take the date, and I'll leave it as null so that if the publish is not set, we'll consider it as a draft. Then finally we need the user ID, because a user, only admin users that can create a post, so that's why we have to put the user ID. So I'm going to set the integer to not null. So this user ID is going to have a many to one relationship, so a single ID. So I'm going to create the foreign key. So foreign keys are for many to one relationships. So I'm going to say user ID. So our references is going to be users, then ID. So I can get the user. If I save the user ID of the person who created this post, I can easily, because of the foreign key, I can easily get that user from the user table. So that's the benefit of the foreign key relationship. Then the final table, which is going to be a tag, which is going to be tagged items. So because there are many posts and there are many tags, so I'm going to have a post ID. So this is a junction table for tags and posts, where we can track the many to many relationship of the tag and the post. So I'm going to put integer, not null. So then I'll just create a foreign key for the both of them. So foreign key, so our post ID, and our references is going to be post ID. Then same thing for the tag ID. So foreign key, we'll say tag ID. I'll set my references, I'll say tags. So this is supposed to be post because of the table, so tags and ID. So put the semicolon. So that's all the SQL, the structure for the blog. So we have post, and the post table has a many to one relationship with the user table. That's the reason why we have the user ID right here, so that we can easily look up a single user for a post. So now that we've created that, the next thing is to set up our database. So I'm going to create a file inside of app and call it db.py. So create a file inside of app and call it db.py. So inside of it, we are going to import SQLite 3, because that's the database we're working with. You're going to import click. Then we're going to import from pathlib. We're going to import path, because we need that. And from Flask, we're going to import the current app, and G is a global object in Flask. Then from flask.cli, we're going to import with app context. So this is used for creating CLI applications with Flask. So the first thing I want to do is to create the database. So we're going to create the database using, so the first thing we're going to do, we're going to check if db not in G, the global object. I'm going to set g.db equals to SQLite3.connect. So this is where we set up our database. So you say current app dot config, then pass in the database. So then the detect types will be set to SQLite3.parse detect types. So once we've done that, we set the factory. We set the row factory, db.row factory. So we set it to SQLite3.row. So that we can use dictionary to access individual rows from the database. So I'm going to return g.db. So next is to handle the closing the database. So I'm going to find close. So I'm going to say db equals to g.pop. So we're going to pop it to get the db on none. If db is not none, then you can now say db.close. So this is going to, now that we've done it, so we want to create the CLI application for our database. So the first thing is to create the database. So to create the database, so I'm going to create a function called create db. So this function, I'm going to say db equals to get db. So we're going to get the db. So this is where what's going to happen now. Since we've created all the files, so I'm going to say schema path. So we're going to use a trick to get all SQL files in our path. So I'm going to say list. So because I want it to be list. So this is where the path class is useful. So I'm going to say .glob. So star.sql. So this will get all the SQL files, their paths, and return them as list. So I'm going to now say for path obj in schema path, I'll say with path obj.open. So we're going to open each SQL file and just call db.execute script, and I'll say f.read. So read the contents of the file, and that's it for the create db function. So there's something that I'm going to do here. If I leave it like this, it's not going to work because of we're going to run into an error because of the way the database was created, because the block table is dependent on the user table. So because you can see that I have a column for user ID, so I have to ensure that the user table is created before the post table. So inside of the db.py, for me to ensure that, because b comes before u, so but I want to ensure that u comes before b, so I'm going to just say schema.path.reverse. so this will just reverse everything for us so that we won't run into that error. So now that we've created the db command, so now let's create the CLI command So I'll say click dot command, and I'll pass in create db. So this is the command that's going to create the database. So we're going to include it with app context. I'm going to say define db command. So I'm going to pass in create db. So you go to create db, and I'll just do click dot echo created database. So that's just is as simple as that. So now that we've created the command, it's now time for us to hook everything up to our application. It's time for us to hook everything to our application. So the final function we'll create here is define init app. So this is going to take in app as an argument. So I'll say app dot tear down app context. So close, so that after each request the database will be closed. Then app.cli the add command, then we'll add db command. So now we've added the command line. We've added the command line tool that we've created to our Flask application. So all I need to do now is to go back to my init.py. So I'm going to get rid of this one because we won't be needing this here. So I'll say from app.db. So I'll say from app import db. So I'll say db.init app. So I'll pass in the app. So I'll say db.init app. So this would initialize everything for us. So okay, now if I run, now it's time for us to create our database. So let's generate our database. So I just have to run flask create db. So it should create the database, but okay, I'm going to delete this term now and create another one. So I'll say flask.create db. So it says close takes 0 positional argument, but 1 was given. So I'm supposed to add this in the close. So I'm supposed to say e equals to none. So I'm supposed to do this. So I'm going to run it again. So our database has been created. So if you come here now, you see that it has been generated for us, and with all the tables and everything. So now it's time for us to create our view. So I'm going to create a file inside the blog. I'll say views.py. Then I'm going to also create views.py inside the users. Inside of the views.py, this is where we'll create our users blueprints. So from Flask import, we're going to import render templates. We're going to import blueprints. We're going to import session, and we're going to import URL4. So first we create the blueprints. So BP equals to blueprints. So we set users. Okay, that was a mistake. So users, comma, underscore name. Now we can now use the blueprint to create route using @bp the route. So our route is /register. So, and I'll set the methods equals to, so it's going to be a tuple. So we'll have get, comma, post. Then we will create the register function, register, and return render template. So this is where we render our HTML file. So user/register.html. So using the render template function. So I'm going to copy this, Command C, Ctrl C. So I'll change this to login. Change this to login. So login, and I'll change this to login. Then now we have a login and a register route. Then finally, I'll just do the logout. So the logout is very simple. So the best to just do it and get it out of the way. So the logout, you don't need to add any method. Just define logout, and I'm going to say session.clear and return redirect. I'm going to say URL4. So URL4 will take the blueprint name and the function name. So login, which is, so let me import redirect here. So now we've created the function, the important view functions. Let's register the view function in our init.py file. So just above the app configuration, say from app.users.views, we're going to import bp as user bp. So I'll register it with app.register blueprint, and we'll pass in the user bp. So now that we've registered it, we can actually check our view to see if it's working. So in my terminal, I can call localhost 5000/register. So when I press enter, you see that we get a template not found. It's a Ginger2 exception, template not found, users/register.html. So we have to set up our template, and to do that, we create a folder called templates inside of the app. So we'll create a folder called templates. Now inside of this folder, I'm going to create a file. I'll call it layout.html, and inside of this file, I'm going to create our HTML, generate it with shift1, so using emmet. So the title is going to be dev blog or Flask blog, anyone. Then I'm going to open a tag. I'm going to say curly brace and percentage. I'll use block content. So this is Ginger syntax for templates, for working with templates, and I'll say end block. So this layout template will act as a parent template for every other HTML template. So this is called template inheritance. So whatever I put, whenever I inherit from this template file, I can just replace it with whatever is inside the block content. So I'm going to create a folder, and I'll call it users, and inside of the folder I'll create a new file. I'll say register.html, and I'll create another new file. I'll say login.html. So inside of, for now, I can show you that now that we've created the register.html, if we were to run the command again, if we were to call that route again, we're not going to get anything. I can even type in some content and say hello world here, and if I run it, you see that it will bring out the contents of that HTML page. So but what we want is to inherit. So instead of this, so I'm going to say extends. So I'm going to say extends layout.html. So I want to, before I proceed, let's make this look more, let's have the Ginger syntax highlighting. So in your extension, in the sidebar, click on the extension tab, and you can see Better Ginger. Search for Better Ginger and install this extension. Once it has been installed, at the bottom right corner of your text editor, or in your case it will be the bottom left because my sidebar is at my right. So I'll click on my command palette. So type in workspace, and you open workspace settings. So this will create a settings.json file for us. Inside of the settings.json file, type file.association. So we're going to have star.html, which means all HTML files. Then I'm going to type in Ginger HTML. So you can see that all the HTML files are now Ginger HTML, and we now have this nice looking syntax for Ginger. So I'm going to open, I'm going to say block content, block content, sorry, not block content, and end block content. So remember, we registered a block content, so now we are using since we're inheriting from layout.html, so whatever we type in here will be replaced with the block content in the main layout. So I'm just going to type in h1 that says register. So if we now navigate again to this URL from our terminal, you see that it's bringing out everything from the layout.html because we are inheriting from it. So right now we're going to set up Bootstrap because I'm going to use Bootstrap. So to set up Bootstrap, well, I'm going to be, because I want, so there are two ways we can set up Bootstrap. So I think we'll do the two, but we'll start with the first one. So the first one, you head to getbootstrap.com. So we head to Bootstrap's website. Then it has a CDN link. So I'm going to copy the CSS link, and in my layout.html, I'll paste the CSS in the title. Then also I'll copy the JavaScript CDN link too and paste it beneath the body, the block content. So now that I've done that, then also, because we are going to be using Bootstrap, so let's go to the register.html, and let's create our register form. So I'm going to use the container, then colon mate 6 dot offset mate 3. So we're using Bootstrap classes. So colon mate 6 offset 3. Then I'm going to create a form element to a method of post. Inside of the form, I'll do an mb3 dot mb3 because I'm using emmet. So mb3, this is where we'll put our form label. So label the form label. I'm going to label for username. So username. Then underneath, I'm going to have input dot form control. So type text. So this is the first this is our first field for our register. So I'm just going to copy this, paste it twice, then I'll change username to email. I'll change username to email and change the type to email. Then finally, this will be password, and I'll change this to password. So then finally, I'll do a .d for display grid. Then I'll put a button inside. So button, I give it a class of btn primary. All these are Bootstrap class, and I'll say create account, and I'll save. So if I go back to the register and reload, so we see that it has pretty much come out pretty nicely. Let me just give this E and P. So now let's see how we can handle a form submission to the backend. So for us to be able to handle form submission, I'm going to give this a name of username and an ID of username. So same thing with the email. We'll give it a name of email and ID of email. Then the password, we'll set it to name, password, and ID of password. So back to our users view. So now I'm going to say if, so we have to import request now, because now we want to work with the request. So I'm going to say if request the method equal to post, then I'm just going to print request.form, so that we can see the data coming from the backend. So I'm going to, let's say my username is Jack, my email is jack@example.com, and password is master. So when I click on create account, the form will be submitted to the backend. Now if we look at we get immutable dict, although it's not bringing out anything. So let me check. So back in the, so So we get immutable dict. So we can retrieve the username from request.form username, email equal to request.form email, our password equals to request.form, I'll say password. So I'm just going to print out username, email, password. So if I go back and say Jack as example and master as my password, so you can see that it's bringing out everything from the front end. So now I can actually use this to create my user. So I'm just going to say if username and email and password, so this is where we are going to create a user. So remember the database that we created. So I'm going to say from app.db, I'm going to import get db. So I'm right in front of I'll say db equals to get db, so I'll call it here. So I'll say query because I want to write out the query. So now we are going to be working with SQL directly. So to make things easier, still go click on the extension and search for inline SQL. So once you search for it, download this inline SQL syntax highlighting. So this is, once you've downloaded, you can easily have inline SQL syntax highlighting by typing this SQL in front using the 3 double quotes. So I'm going to say insert into users. Yeah, I'm going to say insert into users. So we're going to pass in username, email, and password. So that's what we want to insert into users. Then I'll specify the values. So the values are going to be %s, open quotes, %s, because we are going to be using placeholder, %s. For the password we have %s. Then outside of it, type in %, then open a bracket, then type in the username, email, and password. But before I continue, you can't store password directly in your database. So we are going to say from this workzerk.security, I'm going to import generate password hash and check password hash. So instead of, I'm going to set the hash password to generate password hash, and I'll pass in the password. So this is what we store in the database. We store the hash password and not the raw password. So that's the query. So all we just have to do is db.execute, then we'll pass in the SQL query. So now this will be executed, but the changes will not be saved in the database until you call db.commit. So this is going to save they save all the changes in the database. Now, for us to know that it is everything has worked out, I'm going to create a flash and say account was created, and I'll set the category to success. So this is going to be a flash message. Then I'll return direct. So I'm going to do URL for, so I'm going to say users.login. So at the top here, I'm going to import flash. So I'm going to import flash. So now that I have the flash here and redirecting it to the login page, so this is going to work because we've already written the SQL. So I'm going to, inside of the templates, I'm going to create a folder and I'll call it ink. And inside of the ink folder, I'm going to call it message.html. So we want to handle the flash messages. So to handle it, so inside I'll go percentage with messages equal to get flashed messages. Then we want it with the category, so I'm going to say with categories equal to true. So with categories equal to true, so I'm going to type in end with, then I'll say if message, I'll end if message. Then I'm going to create a div, and I'll say to margin top and bottom 3 my3. So inside of the div, I'm going to type in container, then say dot column mid 6 dot offset mid 3. So then now this is where I'm going to put in my message. So I'll say for category, comma, message in messages. Then now I'm going to end for. So we're going to work with Bootstrap alerts. So I'm going to say div dot alerts. So I'm going to put hyphen. So we want the category. So I'm going to do double curly brace. So get the category, and I'm going to specify alert dismissible, and I'll say fade show. So inside of it, I'm going to create span elements. I'm passing the message, so message. Then finally, I'm going to do the close button. So dot btn close, say data bs dismiss, and that's going to be alert. So that's all we need for the message.html. So inside of my layout, just directly above the body, I'm just going to type in, so I can type in include, and I can say inc/message.html. So now I'm going to go to the login. So login. So in the login page, I'm just going to say extends, so say layout.html. So I'll copy everything in the block content from the register, and I'll paste it in the login here, but I'll get rid of the username. Now I'll get rid of the email. So I'll get rid of the email, and I'm going to say enter username or email. So you can use your username or your email to log in. So I'm going to say login. So everything is fine. So I'm going to register right now. So I'm going to, so if I click on this here, nothing is going to happen. But if I say Jack at example.com, and I say master, and I create account, you can see that it redirected me to the email, but the only thing is that the message did not show. When we register, it's supposed to show a flash message. So but that didn't work, and it's because in our message.html I said if message instead of if messages. So that was what caused it. So I'm going to create the database again, so kind of like resetting it. So if I call create db, so it's going to reset the database. Then I'm going to re-register, so to ensure that everything works fine. So I'll say master. So when I create, you see the message is coming out, account was created. So now it's time for us to handle the login part, the login part of this, of the user's blueprint. So going back to the user's views, so the first thing we need to do is know if request your method equal to post. So now we're going to say username equals to request the form username, password equals to request the form password. So we want to fetch data from the database. So I have to come here and say db equals to get db. So we'll get our db. So I'll just do db.execute. So just directly inside. So I'm going to set this equals to user. So we're going to use the username. I'm going to say select everything, that's all the fields from users, where username equal to, so I'm going to use a question mark, or where username equals to, or email equals to question mark, then I'll put comma. So because I'm putting the query directly inside of the execute method, so I can use question mark, so I can use their own placeholder. So I'm going to pass in the username, yes, passing the username, and I'll pass it twice. So where username, so we can easily log in with the username. So once we've done that, so you just fetch one, so because we just need one. Now check. Now this is where we check if the user is authenticated. I'll say if user is none, or I'll say if not, check password hash. So I said or not, if user is none or not, check password hash. So we say user, then we use the dictionary to get the password. So we'll check the password hash with the password string. So this is the password hash from the database, and I'll pass in the password from the user itself. So that means if the user is there, if the user is none, then it can't log in, and or if the password is incorrect, it can't log in. So I'm going to create a flash message. I'll say email or password is invalid, and I'll set the category. I'll call danger. I'll set it to danger. So then I'm going to return, I'll just return render template users login.html. So that's it. Very simple. But if the user exists, so this is where I would now handle the login. So I'm going to first say session dot clear. So if there is any session, so I'll say session the user ID. So session is just a storage object that persists, even if your browser is closed and all that. So I'll set the session, create user ID, and set to user ID. Then I'll return. So after they are logged in, I'll just return redirect. So I'm going to leave it as home page. So we'll return redirect to the home page. So that's it. So if I go back to my HTML file, so and I just type in rubbish, you see email or password is invalid, so which is good, but I don't want to log in yet. So I want to handle form errors. So I want to handle form errors. So if I click on this now, there is no error showing up. So I want to handle form errors for each field. So to do that, inside of the app, I'm going to create a new file. I'll just say utils.py. So I'll define the form errors, and I will set it as arg so that we can get any number of error fields. So I'll say errors equal to an empty dictionary. Then I'll say for field, so for each field in args, so each error field, I will create a space for an error for each field. So, and I'll set the error for each field to none. So at first there's not going to be any error for each field. Then I'm going to set the errors for blank, the error message for when the field is blank. So I'm going to say this field must not be blank. So that's that for the form errors. Then I'll return the errors. So now we can have errors for all the fields. So okay, so can have errors for all the fields. Then underneath it, I'll define validate and I'll pass in error fields and still args. So first I want to get the name of each field, so I will set a list, so errors the keys. So I'm going to get the names. So I'm going to get the names, so because each name, so this field that is here would be like an email, would be email or password. So that's why when I pass these errors here, I want to get their names. So I'll say like a name list. So I want to get the list. Then I'm going to define a check, and I'll pass check. So I'll just define check, and I'll pass in top for tuple, because we're going to be getting the index and the index from it. So I'm going to leave this empty for now, and I'll say list. So I'm going to use the higher order function map. So I'll pass in check, and I'll pass in enumerate args. So what this is doing is that we are going to check each field, and if there is an error, we are going to set the error. So we are going to set the error from none to the appropriate error response. So I'm going to return error fields. So under the check, I'll say, so since we use enumerate, so we'll say index and field equals to top. So we'll just get that one out. I'll say if not field, that means if there's no error, that means if the field is empty, if the user did not put anything. So I'm just do error fields. So we'll pass in name, the index, so you get the correct name. So I'll pass in name list, so you're going to get the correct name. Say equal to error fields. So I'm going to get blank. So it's going to set the error for this field must not be required. So once I've done that, I'll just return the field, and that's all. So I'm using the instead of having to write a for loop, I'm just using the map higher order function to like make everything more expressive. So okay, now that I've done this, now I'll go back to my users view, back to the register view function. So because I want to check for errors. So just directly below here, I'm going to say, first of all, I need to import the errors. So I'm going to say from app.utils import form errors and validate. So that's what we'll do. We'll import the form errors and we import validate. So directly below the, after we've created this, we'll come out of the if block here, and I'll just say handle errors, and I'll say fields, I'll say error fields equal to form error. So now I'm going to pass username, so it's going to create a field for username, email, and password. So now once it's going to create it for us, then now we use the error fields to get the errors by passing validate. So I'll pass in validate, I'll pass in the error fields, then I'll pass in the username, that's the username. So it's going to check email and password. It's going to check it and return all the errors. Then finally, I can just pass in errors. So I can just pass in. So I'm going to say errors to none on the first one because the error will not be there. But I'm going to return okay, so this is what I'm going to do. Okay, yes, I'll leave it like that. So I'll say render templates users register.html, and I'll pass in errors equal to errors. So one of them would not have errors. So if I don't set this error field to none, and if I start typing the error, trying to get the errors, it's going to raise an error. So in the user register.html, so now we are just going to in the form control. So I'm going to do this for every. So I'm going to do this for all the form control class. So I'll just do highlight the whole of form control and press Command D or Control D to get everything. So I'll just do everything together. So percentage, I'll say if errors dot, so for the first one we have if errors dot username, we're going to put the class is invalid, and I'll put percentage and if. So we're going to change the other ones below. So underneath the input, we'll do dot invalid feedback, and inside the invalid feedback we're going to type in error or errors dot username. So I'm going to save this. Then so only the first one that I'll leave. So for the second one I'll just change it to email, and for the last one I'll change this to password. So this should work. If there's an error response, it's going to work. So I'll go back to my this thing and click create account. Okay, dict object has no attribute key. Okay, hold on. So there's a problem. Dict object has no attribute key. So instead of me to say dot keys, I said dot key. So that's error from my end. So I'm supposed to say dot keys. So if when I reload again, so resend, so you can see that the errors are now coming out. So this field must not be blank. This field must not be blank. So that's how we are handling errors in our. That's how we are handling errors in this form errors. So okay, now that we can handle the form errors, and we can also log in. We can also log in, although we haven't logged in any user yet. But before we would log in a user, so there are some other things we need to do to ensure it persists. So right directly below the logout, say at bp dot before app request. So we're going to define, so we're going to load the auth user on every app request. So I'm going to say load auth user. So I'll get the user ID, and I'll say session dot get user ID. Now if the user ID is none, I'll just set g.user to none. Else we'll get the db, get db equals to get db, and say user equals to db.execute. So 3 quotes for, then we do hyphen SQL so that we can have nice syntax highlight. So I'll say select star from users where ID equal to, then the next argument will now be user ID, and don't forget to put a comma, dot fetch 1. So this gets the user for us. Then g.user will now be the user. So I'm going to import g. So we import g, that's the global variable. So now that okay, we can load auth user on each app request. I'm going to create a login required so that we can have protected pages in our application. So I'm going to define login required, and I'll pass in the view. So we're going to be using the func tools because we are going to be creating our own decorator. I'm going to import func tools. So I'm going to import the func tool. So we're going to be creating our own decorator. So I'll say add func tool the wraps the view. Define wrapped. So I'm going to pass in positional arguments, coargs for positional arguments. Say if g.user is none, we're going to return redirect URL for, so passing users the login, then I'll return view and I'll say coargs, then finally I'll return the wrapped. So with this we can easily apply a login required decorator to any of our view. So now I'm going to go to my blog. So it's time for us to create the blog blueprint. So if I go back to my this and I go back, you see no resource found. So I'll say from Flask import blueprints. I'm going to import user. I said user render templates redirect render templates. Okay, let's just leave it at this point for now. So we'll create the blueprint for the blog. I'll say blueprint. I'll set it to blog underscore name. So I'll say add bp.routes. So I want the index to be I want this to be the post to be the index, our index route. So I'm going to return render templates and I'll say blog slash, or I will not even say blog, I'll do index.html. So very simple. So now this is a I want to talk about create, retrieve, update and delete. So this is a CRUD, a full CRUD application. So right now we are able to list all the posts, but we also need a way to create all the posts. So I'm going to say at bp.routes, I'll say at create, and now I'm going to set the methods to get post. So I'm going to define this. I'll call this create, and I'll return render templates. I'll say blog slash form.html. I'll leave it as blog slash form.html. I'm going to say if request the method equal to posts. So I'm going to get request. Now if request the method equals to post, so I'm going to say so I'm going to get title equals to title equals to request the form. I'll say title, then slug. I'm going to create a function slugify to turn the title to a slug. Then image. So the image is going to be a file, but let's leave that. So if I check what we have in our title image slug, and we have body and publish. So I say title slug, I say body equals to request the form title body. So let me check this. So we also have user ID, which is a foreign key. So I'll say publish equal to request the form publish. So yeah, finally the user ID. So user ID is going to be g dot user ID. So I'm just going to import g, and from app the users the views, well, I'm going to import login required, and I'm going to put this login required here so that only an authenticated user would be able to visit the login required. So I'm going to create a new folder, and I'll call this utils.py inside of blog, and I'm going to define slugify. So this function is not a difficult function. I'm just going to return. So it's going to take in the title. So first of all, say title the lower the replace. So I'm going to replace space. I'm going to replace space with a hyphen. So that's what our slug is going to do. So going back to the views.py, I will import it from, I'll say from app.blog.utils. I'm going to import slugify. So we have the user ID. So the next thing is to insert into the block table. We still also have to work with the tags too. We still also have to insert the tags. Also, we still also have to create the tags. So what I'm going to do now, so I want to ensure that there are no errors. So I'll say I'll just handle errors. So we'll say error fields equals to form errors. So I'll pass in title body, image. So let me import So let me import the form errors. So from app.utils import form errors and validate. So I need to also get the image, so because we're going to upload image, but the image is going to come from files, not the form. So I'm going to pass in image, request the file. So then we also need our tags too. So I'll say request the form, I'll say tags. So and everything, each of these fields, I'll create their error fields. So I'll say tags, then we'll generate the errors. So I'll say errors equals to validate. So I'm going to pass in error fields. So I'll pass in title. So I'll pass in title, I'll pass in body, I'll pass in image, and I'll pass in tags. So it's going to generate the error for us so that we can render it on the front end. On the contrary, so say if title and body and tags, because an image, so an image, so title and body and tag and image. So I'm going to say file name equals to save image. So and I'll pass in the image. So just above here, I'll create the save image function, passing the file name. So I'm going to I'm also going to import from workzerk. So I'll say from workzerk.utils, I'm going to import secure file name. So I'll say file name equals to secure file name, and I'll say image. So I'll call this image, or I'll just call it file. So I'll say file name, so secure file name, and I'll say image URL equal to, so I'm going to import from Flask, I'm going to import the current app. So I'll say current app.config, and remember I'll upload there. So we're going to so if I go back to my init.py, so you see that our upload dir is there. So I'm going to go back to my blog views. So I'm going to import OS. So I'm going to import OS, because I'm going to say os dot join. So let me get rid of this os dot. So I'm going to do os dot path dot join. So I'll paste in current file dir, and I'll pass in the file name. file name, and I'll say file dot save image URL, and I'll return the file name. So this is going to save our, so it's going to save the file in the correct location. So back to our, once the file has been saved, so it's now time for us to insert the other record. So I'm going to just create a comment and say create post. So I'm going to do db. So first we need to create the query. So I'll say query 3 double quotes, then SQL. So I'll say insert into posts. So I'm going to say title image slug body publish user ID. So then specifying the values is going to be, so %s, so make sure to open quotes, %s open quotes. So for all, for everything, %s so I'll say percentage. So we have 1 2 3 4 5 6, so 2 more %s, and the last one is going to be the user ID. So just going to be for percentage. So just passing title image, not image, file name, is file name we want, slug body publish, then the username, then the user ID rather. Then okay, now that we've created the query, just do db.execute query and say db.commit. So I'm always forgetting to get the db at the top, so I'll say db equals to get db, and I'm going to import it at the top. I'll say, so I'll just import it at the top. So from app.db, I'm going to import get db. So db.execute, so it's going to insert it into the database, and db.commit. So once everything is done, once it has been created, I'm going to create a flash and say post was created, and set category to true. Set category to true. I set category to true. No, category is going to be success. And return redirect. So URL for, so I'm going to say blog.detail. So I will import all these functions here, redirect, flash, URL for. So I say, so we're going to return redirect blog.detail for the created post. So now that we created the post, so let's display them. But if this doesn't work out, so we'll come out of there and return render template blog slash form.html. So I'm going to pass in errors to errors. So I'll be passing errors, then just directly underneath here I'll just say errors to none, because errors, I'll just set it to none. So this is what's going to happen. So after underneath the create, so let's create the post list, post details. So I'm going to add bp the route. I'll say so this will be a slug. So this angle braces means that it's a URL parameter that we can easily get. So when I define detail, I'll pass in the slug and I'll return slug. So I want to show us how this works. So I'm going to come back to my init.py. So I'm going to say from app.blog.views import bp as blog bp, then I'll register app.register blueprint. I'll say blog bp. So if I try, so back to the views now, you see the slug generator. So I can say call local hosts 5,000, and I say this is a slug, and I click on enter. You see that it gives me back this is a slug. So that's how the generator works. So with this, we are going to retrieve a single response. So I'm just going to say db equals to get db. So I'm going to select so I'll just say db the execute. So 3 curly brace, then SQL. So I say select star from post where slug equal to, and I'll pass in slug. So it's going to get the correct one, and I'll say fetch one. So I'll set this to post equal to post, and I'll return render template. So I'll pass in blog slash detail dot html, and I'll say post equal to post. So that's that for the post details. So that's how we retrieve data from it. So I'm going to also go back to the top here. So I didn't write any SQL here, so I'm going to say db equals to get db. So I'm going to say post equals to db.execute. So I'll say SQL. So I'm going to select star from post. So I'm just going to select everything, and I'll say fetch all, and that's it. And all I just have to do is just pass in post equal to post. So we have the post we have the create, we have the detail. So now it's just remaining for the update and the delete, but I'm going to, the update is just almost like the, is almost like the create. So for me to create the update, I'm just going to, all I just have to do is just copy this, everything here for the create, and I'll paste it below here. So once I paste it below here, I'll call this update. So login required, changes to update. Funny enough, we can use the same template for the updates. So I'll just change post was updated. So the only difference between this is going to be the query. So I'm going to change the query. So the query is going to be different for the update. So I'm just going to, instead of insert and insert statement, we are going to have a update post. So we're going to set title equal to %s. Sorry. Title equals to %s. Title equals to %s. So title equals to %s. So put it in a quote. Then we set slug equal to %s. So body equals to %s. I'll say publish equal to %s. So I'm going to say where slug equal to %s. So we're not going to be dealing with the image anymore, because the image has already been saved on the server. So what we can do is we can change the image, but we can't we don't have to resave the image anymore. So for us to do that, I'm going to get rid of the image here, and I'll right here, I'll cancel this here. We're not going to save the image. I'll say if image then I'm going to say file name equals to save. So we're going to save image. So if there's an image file, we're going to save the image. We're going to update. So I'm going to say db.execute. So we're going to update. I'm going to say update post. Now say set image equal to where slug equal to. So I'll pass in the file name and the slug. So that's how we update the image, then so just like this. So these two update statements. So now we've done the create, we've done the list, we've done the retrieve, we've done the update. So, and okay, while we're not done with the updates, because since we are updating, so we need to get the initial data from the database. So that's where this will come in handy. So just directly below, directly below the directly below so just from at the top here, I'm just going to set posts to db.execute and say SQL. So I'm going to select star from post where slug equal to slug, then I'll pass in the slug dot fetch one. So this will get the initial data for the form, so that when I move down to, I'll say errors equal to none and post equal to post. So errors equals to none and post equals to post. So I'll go above to my to the create post, and I'll make sure I have the same variables being passed. So here errors none, I'll set post to none, and I'll say title is going to be create post. Then same thing here, post none, title. So title is going to be create post. So okay, so the final thing that we want to do, since we've done the post list, the final function we want to create before we start testing it. Certainly there will be some bugs, but we'll be able to fix that. So it's the delete. So the delete is actually straightforward. It's not as complicated as the edit and all those ones. So just put down below, I'll just say at bp the route, so slug, I'll say delete. So I'll say define delete, pass in the slug, and I'll say db equal to get db. We'll say db the execute. So SQL. So I'm going to say select. No, not select. So we're going to delete from post where slug equals to, then passing the slug with the comma. So that's the delete. Then all we just have to do is flash I'll say post was deleted, and I'll say category is danger. Then I'm going to return redirect. So we do URL for we do blog dot posts. So that's the delete route for us. So that's all the create, retrieve, update. Now this update here, I'm supposed to put a slug here. So then we'll pass in the slug. So that's where the slug will come from. So that's where the slug will come from. Yes. So yes. Now it's time for us to test it. So we'll start with the create. So we'll start with the create. So which is going to be the form. So we're going to create in the folder under we're going to create a new folder inside templates and call it blog. Then under blog we're going to call it form.html. So form.html is going to extend layout.html, and we're going to specify the block content. So inside of the form.html, this is where we're going to create our form. So inside of it, you say .container. So just writing Bootstrap .container and say column mid 8 offset mid 2. So column mid 8 offset mid 2. So that's where we have form. I'll give it an ID of form. So give it an ID of form. So the action is going to be empty, but because we are going to be submitting an image, so we have to set it to n-type multi-part form data. So we'll start from the title. So we'll just do div.mb3. So normal. So get our label, the form label. So our label is for title. So then input the form control. So text. So we're going to give the name of title and ID of title. So that's for the first input. Now for the errors in form control, so I'll just do if errors dot title, I'll say is invalid, and if, then underneath I'll say div dot invalid feedback, and I'll pass in errors dot title. So that will handle the error. So I'm just going to copy this because to create the post, so I'm going to pass in the we need the title, then we also need the image. So we need to upload, we need our upload button. So I'll call this image. So I'll change this to input type file. So if error dot image So I'll say error the image. So don't forget to change the name to image and the ID to image. So then after we work with the image, then we'll put the body. So the body is going to be a bit different. So instead of input type text, we are just going to have text area, and so we are going to have name, so we'll say body, and since it's text area, we are going to close the text area, then set the errors to body. So we'll say sorry, hold on. So we set 1 2 3 4 to body. Yes, so give it body. So now we have the body. So I'm going to create the field for tags. So I'll just change everything here to tags. So I'll change everything to tags. Then the last field is going to be the published. So I'm going to come down and do so just change the title. So just change everything to publish. We're just going to change everything to publish. So I'll change this to a type of date so that we can have Firefox date input. Then underneath I'll just do a HR line. Then I'm going to create button the btn primary, the btn long, and I'll say save post. Now this is for so now this is what is going to show up when we are creating our post. So I'll go to my web browser. So we have template not found, index.html. So that's fine. We haven't created our index.html. So let me just create it for now. So index.html. So let me reload. So I want to go to /create. So it's not working because I haven't logged in yet. So I'm going to type in my username Jack, and type in my password, which is master. So and I click on login. So it took me here. So I know I'm already logged in. So if I move to /create, you see that it goes to create properly. So if I click on save post, so so I haven't changed the form to a get. The form is still in get, so I have to set the method here to post. So once I save, so and I reload again, and I try and post. So we have undefined errors is undefined. The reason for the error is because I didn't spell error correctly here, so I use ERORR instead of ERRORS. So I'll make the changes here. So I'll go back. So I'll just resubmit, and you can see that the fields, the errors are coming in. So now let's try creating a post. So I'm going to say this is my first title. Then I'll browse for an image. Then I'll select this one. So I'll say this is the content. So I'll just put some tags, Python, Flask. Then I'll leave the published as empty. So when I click on save, now we have another error, uploads file not found. So we have an error with the uploads. So let's go back to our init.py. So instead of having uploads like this, I'm going to, from pathlib, I'm going to import path. So we'll be able to get the absolute path for each directory. So I'm going to say upload directory to path. Use the / I'm going to say app/uploads. So this will create the path object. So it will search for our uploads directory inside of our app folder. So in the views.py, I can now say save image as. So I don't need OS anymore. I don't need to import OS. All I just have to do is I'll get rid of this. So I'll just do current app upload dir. So I'll just use the /. So this is what I just need to do. So this should take care of the upload. So if I go back here and try, okay, before I do that, okay, yes, before I do that, yes, everything. So if I go back here and reload and click on resend, so say could not build endpoint specify. Okay, so the problem now is the redirect, because our post has been created. So once the post is created, so the issue that we're not having is the redirect. So in the post create, so in here I have blog.detail. So I'm supposed to specify the slug equals to slug, but that's, I didn't put that there. So that's why this error will came. So if I actually resend this, so I'm getting unique post of slug. So that's because we've already created a record in the database. That's why I'm getting this error. So if I go back to my index.html, nothing is coming out. And if we check our app/uploads, you can see that the file has been uploaded to the server. So I just want to display it. So I'll go to my index.html. As usual, we're going to say extend layouts.html. Then I'll say block contents. So now I'm going to say dot container as usual by using Bootstrap. Then I say colon mid 8, the offset mid 2. So right here I want to so we want to put the list of all the posts. So we want to create the list of all the posts. So I'm going to create a row, so I'll say column mate 4 plus the column mate 8. So this will in the column mate 4, this is where I'm supposed to render my image. So img fluid. So I'm going to say URL 4. So we have to open double curly brace URL 4. So I'll say URL 4 uploads. Now say file name is equal to post dot image. So I'll say the auth is going to be a normal image. So before this row, so this is what I'm supposed to do. Because there are many posts, I'm supposed to create a for posts in posts. So we're going to be, so this will do it the amount of time necessary for the post. So and I'll end for here. So the row will be inside. So and at the end of each, I'll just put a HR line. So here I'm going to put H1 or H2. Let me just do H3 and I'll set it to so I'm going to, inside of the H3, I'm going to create a href. So a href attribute. So I'm going to create a URL for. So we're going to say blog.detail. Then I'll specify slug equal to post.slug. So I'll specify slug equals to post.slug. Then inside of it, I will say post.title. So post.title. So then I'll say p so paragraph, and I'll say post.body. Then I'll create another href tag. The href is going to contain the same URL for that is here, and I'm going to say give it a class. I'll do btn primary, btn primary, and I'll say read more. So if I reload this, so uploads, so we're unable to build URL for upload because we've been able to upload a file, but we've not been able to save it. So in order for us to save it, we will go back to the init. So from Flask, I'm going to import send from directory. So I'm going to import send from directory. So directly underneath the DB, I'm going to define an app.route, and I'll say uploads / file name, and I'll define uploads. Then I'll pass in the file name. Then I'm going to return send from directory, and I'm going to pass in app.config. I'll pass in the upload directory. So since it's a path object, I'll use the absolute. So this will get the absolute path. Then I'll say .file name. So this would allow us to render the upload file. So when I reload again, so you can see everything, the post that we created. So no template found. We haven't created our blog template, but you can see the content. Everything is coming out fine. At least everything is coming out fine. So okay, so let's work on the post detail. So so in the templates, under blog, I'll just create a file. I'll call it detail.html. So I'm going to extend layout.html. So we'll specify the block content. So I'm going to create a container. Inside the container, there'll be a column made 8 the offset made 2. So I'm going to first of all put the image. So URL for. So specify uploads file name is going to be post.image. Then I'll just specify the alt as an image. Then underneath I'll just put the content. And I'll give it post.body. Then at the top, I'll just give it a title. I'll give it a H1, and I'll give it post.title. So when I click on this, so you can see it's coming out. So I'm supposed to add a class of img fluid. So once I add that class, the image would be responsive. So everything is working. Read more. So but now it's time for us to put a navigation bar at the top. So I'm going to Bootstrap /docs. So under components, you go to the navbar. So I'm just going to copy the simple. So I'm going to copy this one here. Copy this navbar. Then in the layout.html, directly above the message, you are going to paste the navbar here. So I'm going to paste the navbar and let's see how it looks. So if I reload, you see that we have a navbar now, but I'm going to make some few changes. So the first thing I'm going to do, okay, let me make it look a little bit formatted properly. So just going to, so yes, so okay, so the first thing I'm going to do, so I'll change this to dev blog. I'll remove container fluid. I'll leave it as a container. I need, so we don't have a home. What I want, I'll get rid of link active, nav link active. I'll remove this here. So I'll call this login, and I'll use the URL for so I'm going to pass in users.login. So then I'm going to give this a class of btn primary. So and this will be a, so I'll just copy this here and I'll paste it here, and I'll set this to register, and I'll say register here, or yeah, I'll say register, and I'll get rid of the others. So there's something I like to do also. So I want it to be separate. So I'll say ms auto. So it's going to push it to the ending. So this is what I want. So if I click on register, so you can see, okay. So when I click on this, so we'll see that if I click on login, so we have something pretty decent. And if I go to the, so it's supposed to be a link to the home page. So in the navbar, I'll just click I'll say URL for blog.posts. So because that's our home page. So when I reload, so if I click on this place now, so it takes us to the home, register, login, click on dev blog, take us back to the home. Okay, it's fine, but now we are logged in. So if we are logged in, I don't want the login and register button should not show. Instead, it should show the button for create post. So that's what we are going to do. So right here we have access to the global variable in the template. So I can easily, right inside of this place, I can say create a if block here. Let's say if g dot user. So I'll say if not. So I'll say if g dot user and g dot user is admin. So okay, let's forget about that is admin for now. I'll say if g dot user, we'll do that one later. If g dot user, then we are going to show the create post, else we'll show this, then end if. So I'm just going to copy this here. So I'll put it in here. So we are going to have two lists. One is going to be the logout, and one is going to be the logout, and one is going to be the. So this will now be a logout. So you are going to be able to log out. So I'm going to say log out and log out. So, and this will be dot create. So we are going to give it blog dot create. So right in this place I can say create post. I can say create post, and once I save it, so if I reload this and if I reload this again, you'll see that we have logout and create post. So I want to make create post a fancy bot, so I'll say btn primary. So, and I'm going to reload. So now if I go back to here, now I can only, as long as I'm logged in, I can only just create post and log out. So if I click on save, so let me log out now, so you can see that I just log out. So I'm not logged in anymore. So if I go back to I didn't see the message, the logout message, so I will go back to users, users.view. So in the logout, so I didn't flash, so I was supposed to say flash you logged out. So I'll say category success. So if I log in again with so I'll log in with my email this time, example.com. I'll say master, I'll log in. So if I log out, the message pops out. So now if I'm logged out, if I try to create a post, it will redirect me to the login page, but I'm not even supposed to it should not redirect me to the login page. It should return 404. So I'm going to return in the blog views. I'm going to get a bot. So right in the create method, I'll say if user, so okay, I won't put it, since we've already created this decorator. There's no need for us to use an abort, but where we will need to use the abort is in the detail. So for example, right now if I click on this, it will show me the slug. But what if I click on something that's not fine? So it's not going to, you can see that it's still showing us something when it shouldn't show us anything. So what we'll do is on the detail, I'll say if post is none, we just have to abort. So passing 404, which is resource not found. So when I reload this, so it's going to, if it doesn't find the slug in the database, it's just going to say resource not found. So so this user that I'm using is just an ordinary user. This user should not be able to create a post and should not be able to edit a post. So I've not done the edit. So if I click on readme, so we need to give it an edit button. So when you click on the post, so I'm going to still in the going back to the index.html. so where we have create, sorry, not index.html, layout. So if user, so we have the create post. So inside of this, I'm going to say if update in request, no, that's not what I'm going to do. I'm going to say if post, then we are going to have, if post, we are going to have an edit, else we'll just have the create. So I'm going to say end if. So if post, so instead of having the create button, we'll have the edit button instead. So right here I'm going to say blog.edit, and I'll say slug equal to post.slug, and I'll say the btn to btn warning, and I'll set this to edit post. So else should create post. So if I reload this, so we don't have blog.edit. I meant to say blog.update. So yeah, supposed to be updates. So when I reload this, so we now have the edit. So if we come to the home page, we have the create. So we select the post, then we can easily edit. So I click on this, and it takes us to the, so right now the form is not bringing out the content, so it's supposed to bring out the content of the post. So I'm going to go to the form, so blog/form.html. so under input title, I'm going to specify a value. So I'll say value is going to be post.title. So for image, so image is not going to be none. So but what we have is, you have a span or an a tag, href, where we have URL for uploads. So passing file name equals to post.image. So passing, so we just passing this here too. So we're just passing this here too. Then for the body, so let me just put this as image. So for the body here, body is the text area. So inside of the text area, all I just have to do is just put in post.body and publish. So tags too. So I'm going to give the tags a value. So I'm going to leave the tags empty for now because we have not done anything really regarding tags yet. So publish, I'm going to give it a value of post.publish. So if I go back and I reload, so you can see that everything is working. So you can see that the image has so if I click on it, you can see the image that has already been uploaded. So you can also see change if you want. So you can see this content, this is my first post. So and now I'm going to change the content to updated, and this time I'm going to put a publish date. So I'm going to give it as 17th, and I'm going to click on save. So we have errors is undefined. So that same error from previously is still there. So you just go to the update, and I'm going to so this error, so just change it errors. So I'll try resubmit. So when I send, so we have this field must not be blank, this field must not be blank. So for the update, we have to ensure that the image can be remain blank, because it's only when creating that it doesn't matter. So that's what we are going to just do. So I'll get rid of this. Then so get rid of this too. So that's it. So I'm going to just put some tags here, but they won't be saved because I've not done anything regarding tags. So I'll give it a publish date. So when I click on save, cannot access variable file name where it is not associated with value. So cannot access file name. So if I go so it means that so this DB, this here, should be within the bounds of this. So if image, so if there's a file name, so that it will only update the image when the image file is not empty. So I'm going to reload this again and click on resend. So we have another error. So this is a typical, so we forgot to pass in the slug equal to so I'm supposed to say, so I'm going to say slugify. Slugify title, because if the so yeah, okay, I can set this to slug here. So when I reload this again, resend, so we have post was updated. So if I edit it again, I say this content was updated, and I click on 24 and I click on save. So I pass in this content was updated. So I pass in Python as a tag and just give it a publish date of 17 and I click on save. So it's not updating it. So if I go back here, so I don't know why it's not updating. I don't know why it's not updating. So I have update post set title slug where user ID. So yes, so I don't know why it's not updating it. I don't know why it's not updating it. So if I go back to say this is the content, you can edit. This is the content updated, and I select this 24, give it a tag of Python and Flask, and I click on save. So it's not saving it. So even though, so if body and tags, so and it's not saving it and it's not raising an error. So let me see if I can find the problem. So update post where title percentage log percentage body. Okay, so this is this is the error. This is the error that I made. So I'm going to call this new slug code, so because it's overwriting this variable, so I'm going to give it a new slug, and I say redirect URL for new slug. So now where the update is going to work. So if I click on edit and say first post this content updated, and say my first post updated with an exclamation mark, then I do Python and Flask, and I set the publish date to 17. So if I click on save, so we have no URL found in this server. So it's still not saving. So if let me try again. So I'm supposed to set new slug, not just slug. So yes, so we have where slug equals to, so we have set post title slug body publish where slug. So I passed in user, I use user ID here, but I'm supposed to say slug. So that's the error that I made there. So if I try this again, updated, when I come here, say updated, and I save. So let's give it a publish date. So give it a date of 17, and I click on save. Okay, I forgot to add the tags. So Python updated, updated. So give it a publish date 17 and click on save. So it's now updating. So this is my first post updated. So it's updating, so we can update, we can retrieve a post, we can list it out, so we can create another one. So this is, so I'm going to go to the form here. So this image, this that is showing here in the image should only show if there's an image. So I'm going to say if posts, that's when we can view this. So and if, so I'm going to reload, so we have empty. So now I want to let's create the tags. So for us to work with the tags, I'm going to, in the blog, I'm going to create a new file, and I'll call it tags.py. So I'll call it tags.py. So inside of the blog, I'll call it tags.py. Now I'll say from app.db, I'll import getDB. So I'm going to define create tag. So it's going to take in a list of tags, post ID. So I'll say db equals to get db. So I'm going to say define insert tag, and I'll say name. So the first thing I'm going to do is to create tags if they don't exist. I'm going to say db.execute. So I'm going to say insert or ignore. So that means if the tag already exists, there's no need for you to create it. Insert or ignore into tags. So into tags name. So it's values. The values is a simple name, which is the name that we pass in. Then we're going to once we've done that, we'll commit. We'll say db.commit. We'll commit the changes. The next thing we need to do is to get the ID of the tag from the database. So I'm going to get the ID of the tag from the database. So I'll say tag ID equals to db.execute. So using the SQL, so I'm going to select ID from tags where name equal to so pass in the name. So say dot fetch one. So we want to fetch one singular one, and we'll get the ID. So the first SQL statement will create the tag in the database, and the second one we get the tag ID. So this is where we'll now insert it into the tagged item. So we're going to insert into the tag items table post ID and tag ID. So I'm going to say db.execute. So db.execute, and I'm passing SQL. So I'll say insert into tagged items. So I'm going to say post ID, comma, tag ID. So I'm going to specify values. So our values, so we'll put the placeholder, then put the placeholder, then we'll pass in the post ID and the tag ID. So with this tag item, we'll be able to get the correct tags for each post. Now, so I will come out of the function and do list. So use the map function and call insert tag. So I'll say tag. So it's going to loop through every single tags and perform the use the insert function to perform all the operations that needs to be called. And I'm going to say db.commit to ensure the changes are being committed. So that's that for when we want to create our tags. So what about updating? So we have to create a function to update tags. I'm going to say tags. I'm going to say post ID. So db is going to be get db. So the update tag is a very simple one. So we'll just delete tags with post ID. So you are going to first of all delete all the tags in the junction table, and we'll just insert it all over again so that we'll have the updated tag. So we'll delete from tagged items where post ID equal to, and we'll comma and say post ID. I'm going to say db.commit. So this will delete everything. Then once we delete everything, we just have to create tags with updated tags. So we'll just call the create tag function. So we'll just call the create tags. So I'm going to say tags, not tag, create tags, not tag. So passing tags and the post ID. So we'll just call it. So now that okay, we can create the tag, we can update it. How about getting it? So we're going to get tags for post. So I'm going to define get tags. So we're going to take post ID. So I'm going to say db the get db. So now we're going to get the query. So SQL. So I'm going to select name. I'll say select name from tagged item. So I'm going to do inner join. So the foreign key will allow me to call the inner join post, meaning that I'm joining tag items and post on post.id equal to post ID. So this is what the foreign key is used for. Then also I'll also do inner join tags on tag.id equals to tag ID. So it's going to be where post.id equal to %s, which is just going to be post ID. So this will get all the tags for a particular post. So one tag can be in more than one post at the same time. So there are many posts and many tags. So you can find the same tags in different posts. So that's why we are using the tagged item junction table. So I'm going to the fetch all. Then I'll just return list. I'll say map, call a lambda function tag. I'll say tag name and pass in the tags. So that's it. So if I want to, when I'm creating the tags now, all I just have to do is go back to my blog view. So after I create my post, so let's go back to update query here. So after the post has been created, I can say create tags, create tags. So I'm going to pass in tags. So I'm going to split. I'm going to call the split function on tags to convert into a list, and I'm going to pass in the post ID. So in other words, I have to get the post. But the post ID. But before that, let me import the tags. So I'm going to say from app.blog.tags import create tags, update tags, and get tags. So I'll go down. So once it has been inserted, so I can just say post ID equals to db.execute. Let's say SQL. So I need 3 quotes. So select ID from post where slug equals to. So pass in slug, which is slug that we just create, and I'll do dot fetch 1. I'll say 0, or I'll just do ID. So now we can now create tags. So same thing with update to. I'll copy this. So I'll copy this. So I don't need to copy this post ID. All I just need to do is go to the update function. Since I'm already getting the post ID here, so I'll just underneath here, I'll just say update tags. Update tags equals to so update tags. So I'm going to pass in tags.split, and I'll pass in post ID. So finish. That's how we update tags. Then and of course I want to get the tags. So I obviously want to get tags. So I can say tags equal to get tags. So I'm supposed to pass in post ID. So this will get tags for us. So and I can inside of the edit, I can say tags equal to tags. So I can say tags equal to tags. I can also do that here, because tags equal to tags. So I'll go to my form.html. So now back to that tag field. So we'll go back to where the tags are. So now the value is going to be create a empty string and say dot join tags. So you are going to put a comma. So you are going to dot join tags. So far so good. I've just been, let's check if it's going to work. So no such column tag.id. So I get it, no such column tags.id. So that's coming from the get tags. So I'll go to my tags.py. So I'm not supposed to say tag.id, rather I'm supposed to say tags.id. So when I reload, so yes, everything is fine. So if I go to create my post, and I'll say second post, so I'm going to put a new image. So let me look for an image here. Okay, I'll look for an image here. So where will I so yeah, okay, I've seen an image. So this is the second post. So I'm going to say Python Flask, and I'll leave the publish to empty and I'll save. So there's an error here, no such table as tier. So I'm going to go back to my SQL here. So I'm supposed to say tags. So let me check if there's no error. So I reload, resend. So integrity error. So I'll say second post, or I'll just say third post rather. Third post, and I'll third post, and I save. So this post was created. So everything should have worked correctly. So if I go to my edits, so the tags are actually coming out now, which is very good. So if I can add something, and I can add SQLite 3. So I can update. So when I say, and it will work. So if I click on edit, so it's I can easily update the tags. So now I'm going to, so we have 3 posts. So I'm going to update the image for this one, for the second post. So I'm going to click on browse. So I'll search for some images that I have. So I have this image. So I'll click on this. I'll give it a tag too. I'll say Python JavaScript, and I'll click on save. So now I've changed the image. So if I go back here, see that the image has changed. So everything has come out nicely, but we still have like we still have some things to do to ensure that everything looks fine. So the tags are coming out well in the updates, but we need the tags also in we need the tags also in our read more, so we need to put the tags in our post. So in the blog views.py, I'm going to move to the detail. So I'm going to say tags equals to get tags, so passing post ID, so I'm passing tags equal to tags. So I'll go to my detail.html, so directly underneath the paragraph. So I'll just do I'll say for tag in tags, so and for so I'm going to create a UL. I always like, when I have a list, I always like putting them in an unordered list. So I'm going to say so I'll just do tag. So when I reload this, if I click on edit, so this one doesn't have a tag, but if I click on this one, you can see Python, so the tags are coming out. So I'm going to now style it a little bit. So I'm going to say badge. So first of all, I'll set the display to inline, then I'll give it a badge. I'll give it a border. Say border primary. Give it a border of 1, and I'll give it a text primary. So if I reload this, so I'm going to change the border to 2. So the display inline is not working. So if I'll reload, so I'll say class lists on style. So I'm supposed to display inline. So that display inline should make it come on the same line. So I'll say display inline block. So I don't know why it's not working. The reason why the display inline class is not working is because I'm supposed to put the UL outside of the for loop. So the UL should be outside of the for loop. So I'll just put it outside of the for loop. So we'll go back. So you can see that it's now displaying it inline. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is to create the page header. So I'm going to go to my layout.html. So directly below the nav, I'm going to create a div showcase. I'll call it header. Then inside of it, I'll create a container, and I'll create h1, create a h1 of display 4, and I'll call this dev blog. So if I go back, so you can see it's actually there. So what I'm going to do now, I'll set the display to 2 and set the font weight to bold. I'm going to create a block tag here, and I'll call it block page header, and now end block page header. So reload. So I still need to write some CSS. So I'm going to, so if you want to write CSS, just inside of the app folder, just create a folder called static inside of app. So Flask will look for your static files inside here. So I'm going to call this app.css, and I'm going to say call the header. So I'll set the height to 40 viewport height. So once I do that and I reload, okay, I need to call it in my layout.html. So just directly below the Bootstrap, I'm going to create a link. So the href is going to be url4, so static, and the file name is going to be app.css. So when I reload, so you can see that it actually worked. So inside of the showcase, so let me go down. So inside of the showcase, I'm going to set the display to flex, and I'll say align items center. So, and I'm going to reload. So that didn't work. Okay, let me try putting it at the top here. Align items center. So I'm going to reload. So it's going to put it in the center. It's going to put it in the center. So okay, now that we've done that, so I want to create a background. So I'm going to I want to create some background. So I'm going to specify a position and specify it to be relative. I'll set the overflow to hidden. So I want to I'll set the background to be transparent, and I'll set the Z index to 1. So I'm going to now create the header. So I want to create sudo element. So the first thing is to put the content, then set the position to absolute. So once I set the position to absolute, I specify the top as 0. I'll specify the left to be minus 50%. The width is going to be 200%. So that's the reason why we have the overflow. So, and I'll set the border bottom left radius to 50%. I'll say the border bottom right radius to 50%. Then I'll give the background. So the background is going to be a linear gradient. So I'm just going to say to left. So now I'm going to get some styles. So this is how I usually get styles. So I'll just go to Bootstrap, go to colors. Let's go to colors. We have colors here. So I'll go to color. So this is how I usually get my colors. So I want to use teal now. So we have teal 300 and teal 500, or teal 200 and teal 400. So I'm going to collect teal 200. So I'll just copy the styles. So for me to open, how I did this, I just right click on the element and click on inspect. So it will open your inspector, and you can just copy these styles here. So I'm going to put the first one here. Then I'll now select the 400 till 400. So I'll copy and I'll paste it. So just a very easy way for me to just get styles. Then I'll set the z index to -1. So and if I go back to my dev blog and I reload, so the styles are not coming out. So okay, the styles is not coming out. Let me check my layout. So we have header, display, flex, align item setter. So yes, so background, position. So I'm going to inspect and let's see why. So I'll just, so header.before. Okay, this is a linear gradient. I'm supposed to say linear gradients rather than just do that. I don't even know why I did that. So still I'm not seeing this thing, but the linear gradient is there, it's showing, but I can't still see it. So this is where the problem is coming from. I forgot to specify the height of 100%. So that was where the problem was coming from. So I'm supposed to specify the height of 100%. So I was the one who caused that stupid problem. So okay, now we have a page header. I'm going to go to and I'll say specify a margin bottom of 5 and MB mid 3. Sorry, MB mid 5 and MB 3. So margin. So when so you see, so there's a little bit of space at that point. So then I'm going to go to my index. css, and I'm going to, in the row, I'm going to say align items center. So when I reload, so everything comes to the center. Everything comes to the center like it should be. Like it should be. So I'm going to create a inside of the form, inside of the blog form, I'm going to do like some placeholder. So instead of post.body, I'm going to say post.body, or I'll say lip sum. So post.body, and I just want 3 paragraphs. So I'm going to get rid of this. So post.body or lip sum. So so if I reload this, nothing is going to happen. But if I click on create post, so you can see that it has created some bunch of text for us. So some bunch of dummy text. So I'm going to specify some. I'll just specify rows. I'll specify rows to be 5, and it will increase, or let me just make it 10. So it will make it a little bit bigger. So it gives us HTML, and I'll leave it like that. I don't really want the HTML, but I'll just leave it like that. So I'll create a new title, my OG title. I'll specify an image. So I'll click on this one. So I'll just put Python, Flask, Docker, blah blah blah, all those stuff. I will set the publish date, and I'll save. So you can see that there's a lot going on in this place right now. So if I go to this, you can see that the post is getting everything, it's putting everything down. So I'm going to add a template filter, and I'll give it truncate. So when I reload this, you'll see that the template field is not showing all the posts. So right now I'm going to add, since we have the read more, the edit post. So let's make a footer, so that we can have like a footer for the blog. So in my layout.html, directly below the blog content, I'm going to type footer. I'll give it a padding of 4, a BG, a background of light, and a text of center. Then I'll give it div 2022. Then use the HTML entity for the copyright symbol. And I'll say dev blog. So I reload. So now we have like a footer, which is fine, which is okay. So I want to format. So I want us to be able to search for a post, and not only should we be able to search, we should also be able to paginate our post. So, but before we do that, I want to add the admin user, because right now I'm just a regular user. A regular authenticated user should not be able to create a post and should not be able to do anything. So I'm going to go to the db.py. So at the top, so I'm going to from workzord.security, I'm going to import generate password hash. So we want to create a password, a create admin command. So that just directly below the create db. So I'll say define create admin, and the create admin is going to take in email and password. So I'll first create the hash password. Is equal to generate password hash. So pass in the password, and also I need to get the db too. So I'll say get db. So I'm going to get the db. Then I'll say db.execute. So our codes SQL. So I'm going to say insert into users email password values. So I'll pass in the placeholder, then type in the placeholder. So we're going to have email, and we're also going to have hash password. So that's it. Then to make the change persist, call db.commit. So that's all this function does. So I'm going to create the command directly below the db command. I'll say at click the command. I'll say create admin, and I'll definitely put it with app context. So I'm going to define admin command. So now we're going to get the email from a prompt. So I'll say click the prompt. So click the prompt email. So I'll specify default to my email, body at pythonia.dev. Okay, then password, click the prompt. So I'll say password, and I'll set hidden input to true, because it's going to be a password. Nobody should be able to see it. And I'll call in create admin. So I'll pass in email and password and say click the echo admin was created. So with this now we can now create an admin through the CLI. So the final thing is to do app.cli the add command. So just passing the admin command. So now that we have the admin command, let's create an admin. So I say Flask create admin. So I leave it blank to choose my email, then I'll put my password. So we have integrity error, unique constraint field. So for email, that means it has already been created in the database. So I already created it previously. I already ran the create admin command previously. So right now I'm going to log out and I'll log in as a admin user. So say master. So I'll log in as an admin user. So the first thing I want to do now is to ensure that let me log out first and log in back as normal user, which is Jack. So now Jack is just a normal user. Jack should not be able to create posts and all that. So I'm going to go to my layout.html. So in my layout.html, in where we have our if g the user and if post. So I say if post and g the user is admin. So this will no longer be else but an elif g dot user dot is admin. Then we'll show the create post. So when I do that and I reload, so now a normal user cannot have access to creating a post or editing a post. So even if I click on the post now, it's not there. So but I can log out and I'll log in as an admin user with my email and enter my password, and now you can see that I can now create posts and edit posts. Now I'm going to add an extra layer of protection and so I'm going to move to the blog views. So the extra layer of protection, so we have a login required. So if a normal auth user is required, so I'll say if g the user is admin. So I'll say if not g the user that is admin. So I want it to abort 404. So that means it should not find, the user should not be able to see it. So that's going to be for this, for updates too. So if not user g the user is admin, we return abort 404. So I'll go down for also the delete. We haven't implemented the delete, but that one is not a difficult thing to implement. So but let's focus on the other part. So if not g dot user is admin, or I'll just say about 44. So now we've protected it. They can't access it on the navbar for regular users. So now that we've done that, I'm going to go to my index.html. I'm going to go to my index.html. So I'm going to create I want to be able to search for posts. So I'm just going to say the column mid 6. So I want to create a form, the offset mid 3. So inside of this, I'll create a form, and the method is going to be get. So then we get an input group dot mb3. So I'm passing input dot form control. So I'll give it a name of Q and an ID of Q. Then underneath, I'll pass in the button. So I'll say button. So give it a class btn primary, and I'll say go. I also want to give it a placeholder since we're not using label. So I'll give it a placeholder and say find post. So when I reload, you can see that we have the query. So if I now want to find the full, I'll say my first, and I click on go. Nothing works, but you can see that it's actually passing it as a parameter on the URL as a get request rather than a post. So I'm going to, for us to be able to do this get request, I'm going to go to my blog views. So I'm going to have to modify the way my post is being rendered, the way I'm using my post. So first of all, I'll change this to a query. So because I want to sort of build the query. So I'm going to first of all, I need to get Q. So I'll say Q equals to request dot args dot get Q. So we get the parameter. So now I'm going to create the query. So I'll say query equal to. So I'm going to say select. So now because I don't want regular users to see posts that have not been published or are yet to publish. So I'm going to create a query that would ensure that only posts that have been published, that the date has reached, that's what it shows. So I'll say query. So we're going to select everything from posts where publish is equal to so I'll say %s and publish. So not publish, where publish is less than or equal to the current date, of today, and publish is not equal to, and publish is not equal to an empty string. So I'm going to pass in, I'll say date time now. So that's what I'll call this. So in the top here, I'll just say from date time import date time. So this query would not allow posts that are not yet ready to be published to show to normal users. Only the admin users will eventually be able to see that. So but for now, if I load this, you can see that only this one is showing, because if I edit this, you see that the published date is 10th and today's date is 15th or something. So that's why we're only getting this one. But I'm logged in as an admin user, so I want to ensure that as an admin user, I should be able to see everything. So I'm going to say if g.user, so now if the user is authenticated, and I'll say g.user is admin, then I'm going to change the query. So we're going to have a separate query. So we're going to select star from posts. So we're not going to have any restrictions for the admin user. So if I reload this again, you see that there's no restrictions. If I log out and I go to, you see that if I log in as an authenticated user, not an admin user, so I'll say Jack, and I'll say master, I won't still see it. So only the admin user will be able to see the posts that are not ready. So if I click on, so let me log back in. So enter my email address. So I'm going to enter my email address. Okay. So now, so what I want to do is to ensure that we can search for posts with SQL. So now I'm going to get Q. Now that we have Q, I'll just come down and I'll say if Q, that means we're going to change the query. So I'm going to say search. I'm going to create a search query, and I'll so I'm going to open a bracket. I'll say title. Like, so I'll open quotes, percentage Q. So this is going to be an F string. So title like Q, or body like percentage. I'm going to pass in Q. So this query would return any title, any post title or post body that matches the search query parameter. So and now I'm now going to add it to the query. So I'll just say query plus equal to query plus equal to, I'll say, and so I'll say, I'll do the SQL, and I'll say and, then I'll pass in the search query. So now if there is a queue, if queue is located in database, so it's going to filter the records with the query. So, and also I'll also do that for the admin. So I'm going to copy these two from here, and underneath the admin, so I'll paste this, but instead of having and, I'm going to use where, because we have select start from post, where, then the search query. So why for this one we have select where publish less than or equal to, and then we'll not have and the search query. So kind of like their construction is different. So if I move back and I okay, so cannot access search query where it is not associated with a value. So this should be if queue. So that's when we'll now have this query to be modified. So when I reload, so if I click on OG for example, and I click on go, it's going to pop up that post with that OG. So the search query is working. So the next thing I want to now work on is pagination. So we're going to create pagination. So I'm going to go to my utils in the blog, go to utils, and I'm going to create a function. I say define pagination. So I don't want to I want to do this in a separate function to make things cleaner and avoid the other place from being cluttered up. So I'm going to say count, that's the number of records in the database, and I'll say page, the page number, and the amount per page. So I'll set it to 2. So I'll say page no is equal to seal. So we're going to say seal, say count divided by per page. So this will be the number of per page, so the number of the pages. So I'll say from math, I'm going to import seal. So the math seal method is going to if the result of the division is going to be decimal, it's going to round it to the nearest whole number or integer. So I'm going to specify an offset. So offset is going to be equal to the page minus 1 multiplied by the amount per page. Then finally I'll just say next page is just page minus page plus 1, and previous page is going to be page minus 1. So then I'm going to return this as a dictionary. So I'll say per page, so we'll just pass in per page. I'll specify the offset. So let me not forget my comma here. So I'll specify the offset, and I'll say offset Now specify the pages. Pages. So I'll say list range. So I'll say 1. So the amount, the pages are, so I'll get a pages list. So I'll say page no plus 1. So I just want a list of pages which I'm going to use for the pagination object. I'll specify the page. So I'll pass in the page object. Then page no. So I'll say page no. Then I'll pass in the next page, and I'll pass in the previous page. So that's everything that we need for. So that's all the objects for the pagination. So I'm going to move back to my views. Then right here, just in this, beside the Subify, I'm going to import the pagination. So now we're going to now implement the pagination, which is not difficult. So the first thing we need to do is to count the records in the database. So I'm going to say count query is equals to, so I'll just say query the replace. So we're going to replace star with count star. So it's going to change everything for us so that we can count it. So, and I'm also going to involve the pagination in the count query. So I'm going to copy this here. So I'm going to involve the search query in the count. So if there is a search, so I'm going to include the count query also. So I'm going to say count. So count query. So, and we'll do the same thing for admin. So for the admin query, so I'll still say count query equals to query the replace and I'll give it, we're going to replace star and we'll say count star. So then we'll include it to here. So I'm just going to say where. So I'll put where yes. So this is going to be count query. So now we have the count query. So the query for counting the amount of posts. So once we've done that, the next thing for us to do is to get the page. So I'll say I'll just say pagination. So I'll say page equal to request.args.get page. So this will get the page number, or we'll just return 1. So this is where we'll get the count of all the records. So I'll just say db the execute. So I'm going to execute the count query. Fetch. So fetch. I'm going to fetch 1 and pass in 0 to get the count Then I'm going to create a variable paginate to store the pagination dictionary. So I'm going to pass in count. I'll say int page, so we'll convert the page to an integer. So once we've done that, then the final thing for us to do is to now create the pagination query. So that's the final thing for us to do. So I'll just do query, so plus equal to, so say SQL. So I'll say select, no, not select. So this is the pagination query. So I'll just say order by, so say order by ID descending. So we're going to change the direction, and we're going to set the limits. We're going to set the limits, say percentage %s, and the offset percentage %s. So then we'll put the placeholders, which is going to be paginate, paginate per page is going to be the limit, and the paginate, then passing the offset. So with this, now we've successfully been able to add the query string and the pagination object. So if I move back to here and I reload, we just have two coming in. But watch this, if I do question mark page to 2, we now see the previous page. So the next step for us is to implement this, and you can see that the search query is still working. So if I type in OG and I click on search, so the search is still working. So I'm going to come here. So in the Bootstrap documentation, I'll go to under components, click on pagination. So I'm going to click on the second one here. So I'll click on this. Then in the index.html, directly below the post, so we're going to put it here. So I'm going to paste it here. So right here, I've not passed in the paginate object to the template. So I'm going to come here and say paginate equals to paginate. So now that the paginate object is being passed here, I can go back to the template here. So I'll just type a for loop. So I'll say for page in paginate dot pages. So okay, the for loop is going to be here. It's not going to be okay, this is not the one that I want. This is the one that I want, this one with this fancy angle quote. So I'm going to change it. So I'll change it, then format it a little bit so that will look better. Yes. So under this 1, 2, 3, this is where they will create our for loop. This is where we'll create our for loop. I'm going to say for page in paginate the pages. So I'll get rid of everything and I'll end for here, end for. So for paging, paginate the pages. So here is going to be page. Now I'm going to create a variable here, a ginger variable. So I'll say set URL, or I can just do in here, I'll just say I'll say request.url, and I'll put comma page equal to page. Now I'm going to also add the query, the queue. So I'm going to say if request.args.queue, so we're going to put the and queue parameter equal to, so I'm going to say request.args.queue. Then I'm going to end the if. So I'll say end if. So that's that for the pagination. So if I come here and I reload, so what's saying paginate is not defined. So that's my error. So it's supposed to be paginate. Okay, I believe everything should be fine. So when I reload, so we just have one, because of we just have one page because of the search. But if I go to home, you see that we have 2 pages. Okay, this should not be here, so I'm just going to copy and paste it inside of here, so that it's, so when I reload, so now I click on 2, you can see what's happening in page 2, and I click on 1. So I think there's okay, I'm not supposed to use request.url. Let me try request.path, and let's see if it's going to work. So I click on page 1 and I click on page 2. So yes, it's working. So page 1, page 2. So it's just remaining for the previous and the next to work. So I'm going to here I'm going to say href equals to request.path. Then I'll put page equal to page equal to, I'll say paginate the prev page. So I'm going to include the whole queue here, so I can just copy this if request the args. So I'm going to just copy this, so I'll copy it here and just paste it here. So and I'll do the same thing for the next. So I'll say request the path, then I'll specify page equal to paginate dot next page, and yes, then I'll put add the one for the query string in case there's any. So okay, yes, so now I'll click on reload, and here we have an error because I stupidly wrote paginate again. I don't know what's wrong with me, but paginate, so not paginate. So where did I paginate? I think that's the only place I did it. So yes, so now if I click on page 1 and I click on the next, it takes me to page 2, and I click on, so okay, everything seems to be working fine. So I also want to work on actives. So I'm going to say on the inside of the for loop we have the class leaf, and we have in here, I'll say if paginate dot page, or sorry, if page is equal to request dot args dot page, right? Yeah, so if page is equal to request dot args dot page, then you are going to put active, and we are going to end if. So I'm going to reload this, so we'll now have a bit of a syntax highlighting. So template syntax error, expected token at the end of print statement got page. So this is me. I'm supposed to use the percentage and not the double curly brace. The percentage, the curly brace and percentage are for expressions, while the double curly braces are for variables. So if I reload, so it's not working. So not request the args.page, it should be. So I'm going to say, so it's not going to be request the args.page, so it's going to be if page equals to paginate the page, and so I'm going to reload again. So now we have the highlighting for each page, the link active for each page. So that's that for the pagination. Now I'll show you that the query search affects the paginated results, can return paginated results. So I'm going to edit the second post. So I'm just going to copy this here. I'll copy it, save. Then I'm going to put it in the third post. So it's already there, and in the fourth post, so it's already there. So if I search for something, if I search for a word that is located in multiple posts, you see that it's the paginated, you can see that the search query is affected by the paginated response. So you can see that the pagination is working. So the final thing that I want to do now is in the form, I'm going to set in the form I'll give it the I'll give the input a value of request the args.queue. So now if there is a queue, it will always appear in the form. So the paginated result is working. If I log out, I only see the required post. So the next thing for us to do now is to actually we're going to customize Bootstrap a little because we're almost done. So we'll customize Bootstrap and we'll put the delete. Once you put the delete, and this project is done. Customizing Bootstrap is fairly easy. So the first thing we're going to do is I'm going to in our project folder, we're going to create a SAS directory, and you seed into that SAS directory. So let me open this terminal. So you seed into that SAS directory. Now, if you want to customize Bootstrap, you have to have Node.js installed. So you can download Node.js from here. The installation is very easy. So once you've installed Node.js and you're inside of the SAS directory, just run npm init-y in the SAS directory. So this is not a JavaScript or Node.js this thing, but it's going to create a package.json file for us. Now then once we've done that, so that means we've initialized a Node.js project. So I'm going to run npm install SAS. So we're going to run npm install SAS. So once we install SAS, I'm going to npm install Bootstrap. So I'm going to install Bootstrap, then I'll say npm install Bootstrap icons. So I'm going to be making use of Bootstrap icons. So npm install, we install the Bootstrap icons. So you can see that as they are being installed, you can see that they are being added to the dependencies. So you can see Bootstrap and SAS. So once the installation is complete, I'm going to go to the Bootstrap website, and at the top you see customization or SAS. So you click on the SAS. So you can see there is a bunch of there are different ways for customizing Bootstrap. So the first method is to import everything that you need. Just import all this thing and just work with it that way. But for me, I like the second method because I only get to import the things that I'm actually going to use. So kind of I like making my website as optimized as I can possibly make it. So I'll create an index.css, and I'll paste everything there. Now in our project, we are using a lot of things. So we are using so I'm going to import all the things that we are using in the project. So I'll say node modules, bootstrap, SAS. So and I'll import alert when we're using alert. I'll import node modules, bootstrap, SCSS. I'm using badge, imports, so node modules, Bootstrap, SCSS. I'm using buttons. I'll say at imports, so node modules, Bootstrap. And you know, one thing about doing this is going to force you to know, understand Bootstrap components and know what you actually need and know what you actually don't need. So even if you want to use the first method, I'll recommend you using this if you want to really learn about Bootstrap. So I'm going to get close. We need close. So that's for the close button for our alerts. So I'll say Bootstrap. So definitely we need the form. Definitely we need form. We're making use of form. Then at imports, node modules. So this is one of the reasons why I don't necessarily I don't really care about Tailwind CSS, because I can literally make Bootstrap look like a completely different website. So that's one of the really cool things. So eventually I'm going to need modal, so I'm going to import the modal. Eventually I'm going to need the modal, so that's what we are going to use for handling the deletes. So so Bootstrap SCSS. So final thing is now the nav and the navbar. Not the final thing, sharp, but Bootstrap SCS. So navbar. Then I'm going to import Bootstrap SCSS. I'm going to import Pagination. So I believe these are all the components that I'm making use of. So right here, I'm going to get rid of this. Well, we don't need this. So I'm going to come here and I will import custom variables. So I'm going to create a file. I'll give it underscore custom variables. So we have to give it an underscore because we don't want we want it to be ignored by SAS. So that's why we give it an underscore, so that it will not be compiled to a file on its own. So I'll give the file custom variable. So I'm going to set the primary. So I'll go to my color, color, where are you? So my primary color for this is going to be teal 500. So I'm going to copy this color from here. So I'll just so I'll copy this. So once I've copied the color, I'm going to index the CSS. Then for it to have all the effect, I'll still have to do theme colors. I'll specify the primary. I'll say primary. So now that I've done that, inside of the package.json, I'm going to have a script. Now say start. So I'm going to say SAS index.scss. So I'm going to go one directly backwards, then move into app/static and index.css. So it's going to automatically place it inside of my it's going to automatically place it inside of my static directory. So then also I also want to import my Bootstrap icons. So I'll say import the node modules Bootstrap, no, not Bootstrap icons. So we're going to say under fonts, so we import Bootstrap icons.scss. So then also these two import, this is not my import path, so I'm going to change it to 1. So change it to 1. So it's going to be 1, not 2. Then we have the Bootstrap CSS, but for it to actually truly work, we have to copy, go to the Bootstrap icons, the fonts folder, and this font folder that has these two WAF files. We're going to copy it. We're going to copy. So we'll copy these fonts. So I'm going to copy it, then inside of my app and my static, I'll paste it here. So with these files, WAF files, we'll be able to use the Bootstrap CSS. So let's run it and let's see what's going to happen. So I'll say npm start. So it's running for the first time. So if I check my static, now you can see that I have index.css, and you can see that it has all the Bootstrap styles plus the Bootstrap icons too. So and it's customized. So in my I'll move back to my layout.html at the top. So now I don't need this Bootstrap CDN anymore. So all I just have to do is link. So URL for, I'll specify static. So I'll say file name is index.css. So very simple. If I reload my listing, so you can see that just like that, it's customized. Let me log in back. I'll say so it has changed. So it has changed it. So now I want to include the Bootstrap icon. So I'll test it here. So in my index.html, so I want to have a search icon instead of having to go. So I'll just do bi.bi search. So okay, no, it's supposed to be .bi search i.bi search. So yeah, so this is how it should be. So I'm going to reload, and our icons are coming out nicely. So at this point, I want to change my font. So I'm going to head to font.google.com. So inside of the font, in font.google.com, just search for Noto Sans. So search for Noto Sans. So you click on Noto Sans. So select select light 300, regular 400, and bold 700. I already have that selected. Then at the import, you just copy this here, and in your app.css. Okay, I believe we've already done that. Okay, yes. So then you are supposed to paste it here. I've already pasted mine, and set the font family Noto Sans, and put it here. Select the font family. So once you've done that, you see that the font your font would have changed. So I'm going to edit the front view, the index.html, to make it look a little bit nicer, a little bit nicer. So where we have post title, I'm going to have class. I'll set the in the href, I'll say text decoration none, and I'll set the font weight to bold. So when I reload, so you can see that okay, it looks better. Now I want to have a way of indicating a post that is a draft and a post that is scheduled to be published in future, and yes, just like that. So before I continue, for the image, I like when my image have some nice curves, so I'll set it to rounded. I'll give it a class of rounded, so the image will have some cool curves. So image fluid rounded. Okay, so back to that. So we're going to just directly below the title, I'm going to say if not publish, I'll say else, then we're going to end if. Now if not publish, we are going to have a div dot badge. It's going to be a bg danger dot text danger dot border 2. So then I'll say i.bi pen, I think, then bi pen, then I'll say draft. So I'm going to reload and let's see how does this look like. So I said bg danger. I don't need bg. I don't need the background to be danger. So but I need the border. So I'll say border danger. The border is dangerous. So yes. So now we have draft. So the ones that don't have any published date would be a draft. So so this should be if not post.publish, so, and I'm going to reload this. So only one of them that has a published date. So if I select the second post now and I click on edit, so I give it a published date, but this time around the published date is in the future, and I say save, and I go, if I check that post, so it doesn't show anything, but I want it to show that the post is scheduled. So I want to say, I'm going to say if post dot publish greater than Yes, if post.publish is greater than date, then I'm going to end if post.publish is greater than date, or I'll just call it now rather than calling it date. So I'll say end if. So I just hope the nested if statement is not confusing you. So I'm going to say div dot badge dot I'll say border dot border 2. Yes, so I'll just do that. Then i.bi clock. Then I'll say scheduled. I'll say scheduled. Okay, so now it's time for us to get now is going to be the current date. So in my view.py, I'm going to have to pass in now. I'll say now. That's under the post view. I'll say date time dot now. So I'm going to reload. So now we have an error, cannot compare date time to date. So since I can't compare date time to date, I'll just say the date. So this will get us the date. So I reload, so everything works fine. So I go down and you see that scheduled is there, but I need to format, I need to make it look better. So back to index.html. So I'll say text dark and border dark. So if I reload, when I reload, you can see that it's saying scheduled. So posts that are meant to be in the future, we have the scheduled, and posts that are draft would now have draft. So that is essentially it. Then before we set up the delete, I want to work on the post edit. So we want to use a WYSIWYG kind of like edit our post. So and I'm going to use simple markdown. So I'm just going to search simple markdown. So I could use something like CK editor, but I think simple markdown is probably like the best. I think simple markdown is probably like the best. So I'll say simple. It's actually simple MDE. Simple MDE. So okay, this is weird. Simple MDE markdown editor. So I don't know the website from my head, so I'm trying to browse it out, and I'm not getting the correct. So this is what I'm looking for here. So click on it. So this is the markdown editor. So markdown is like an alternative way of writing HTML. So and this is a really good markdown text editor. And if you have a blog, you should definitely be using markdown to write your post, especially if it's a developer blog, like what we are creating, a dev blog. So it's a blog for developers. So what we want is the CDN. So we're not going to use npm, but we want the CDN. So I'm going to copy this to, so in my layout.html, I'm going to open a new block, and I'll say block head extra, and I'll end block head extra. So once I do that, I'll go down just directly below the footer, and I'll say block JavaScript. I'll say end block JavaScript. So back to, so this will now be in my detail, no, not my detail, in my form. So in my form, I'll open my block head extra, and I'll end it, and block head extra. So I'm going to paste this here. So we have the CSS, and I'll open the block JavaScript. So I'll say okay, let me use the snippets. So I'll say block JavaScript, then I'll paste in the JavaScript. So everything is fine. So the next step is for us to actually now initialize it with this simple stuff here. So I'm going to create a script, and I'll say const simple mde equal to new simple mde. So I'm going to pass in an option, and I'll say spell checker is false, because I don't want a spell checker. So now if I move back to dev blog and I reload this, so we should have our markdown editor. Very simple. So if I start, so let me just walk. If I edit, so if I want to create some new content, I'll say hello, this is with markdown. So I'll put some, so create some markdown content. So we can preview it here, and also yes, so we can preview it here. And one of the reasons for this markdown is so that we can actually write some code. So if as a dev blog, you should actually be able to write code. So if you want to write code, you have to give a space, put like some colon, 3 columns, and type the language. So for example, we're doing Python, so I'm going to say print hello world. So if I preview, you can see looks better. So I'm going to save this. So when I save it, you can see the nasty thing that is going on. So we need to be able to convert this markdown text to HTML. So, and to convert it, we have to install markdown, Python markdown, using pip. So I say pip install markdown. So this will install markdown in our project. So I'm going to create a template filter. So I'm going to create a template filter for it in our views.py. So directly above save image, I'll just say, so I'm going to import markdown, and I'm also going to come here and say at bp dot app template filter. So the name of the template filter is going to be markdown, and I'll say define convert markdown, so passing the content. So I'm going to return markdown, so passing the contents. So now in my details.py, all I just have to do is call the markdown, and save. Then I'll also do that in my index.html, where I'm going to pass in. So we have truncate. So, but I'll pass in markdown. So, and then I'm going to reload. So when I reload, so you can see that we now have HTML, some HTML showing up. So that's why we need the save. We need the save keyword. So the save keyword will render the HTML. But for this, I don't want the save. I want to strip tags. So I want to strip the content of this tag so that it will look better. So strip tag. So that's it. Now for our code highlighting to actually work, we need to install something called Pagination. I don't know how to pronounce it well. Pagination. So pip install Pagination. So with this we can use syntax highlighting. So but first we want to generate the CSS for the syntax highlight. So you run paginatize. So we're going to either use the default theme, then we'll use the formatter HTML, and we'll save it in a pigments.css. So this is going to create a pigmentize.css. So it got created in my SAS folder. So but I'm going to create it again. So run this command because I forgot something. So I'm supposed to do -a. So we'll do code highlight. So when we do code highlight, it's going to so it's going to generate it for us. Then we'll move this to our CSS. So once we move it to our CSS, go to your layout.html, layout.html, and we'll now include that. So I'm just going to copy this here and I'll paste. Then I'll change this to pigments.css. So now back to the blog. I'm now going to pass extensions. So extension is going to be a list. So we're going to pass the code highlight. So this is what markdown is Python markdown is using to highlight the code. So when I reload, boom, the code is actually being highlighted properly. So that's it. Everything is working. We have code highlight working using pigments. So it's really nice. So the final thing to do now is to actually delete. Is to actually put a delete in a delete button. So I'm going to go to modal, so because our delete is going to be a modal. So under components, we'll search for modal. So you can see some Bootstrap modal. So you can see the button here. So I'm going to copy this here. Just copy the button. And I'll put under in the form.html, just directly below the form. I'm going to create a if edit in request.url. So not if edit in request.url, but if update. If update in request.url, then we are going to show the delete button. So I'm going to pass in end if, then I'll paste that modal button here. So I'm just going to change this to delete, and I'll set this to danger. So yes, then I'll copy the modal itself. So I'll copy the modal and I'll place it at the top, even above the container here, and I'll type in, are you sure you want to delete this post? I'll get rid of this button here and I'll say change this to danger, and I'll say yes, we want to delete the post. But this is not going to be a button anymore. I'll change this to a href. Say href. So we're going to do URL for. So we're going to do blog.delete, and we're going to say slug equal to post.slug. So that's it. It's as simple as that for the delete. So let me just change the title of the modal, and I'll say delete delete posts, and I'll go back here and I'll reload. So we have the delete here, so I'm going to click on delete. So now we can see, are you sure you want to delete this post? So if I click on yes, boom, the post was deleted. And if I check, wait, the post is still here. The post was not deleted. Second post. So let me try it again. So I click on delete. So I'm going to find out why it's actually not deleting. So in my blog views, let's go to the delete. So I'm going to say delete from post where slug equals to slug, where slug equals to slug. Okay. So this should work. Let me try db.commit to ensure that it remains deleted. So edit. So I'm going to click on delete. Are you sure I want to delete this post? So it said okay, deleted. So now the changes has been saved. So the final thing I just want to do is to make this look a little bit better underneath. So in the form dot html, I'm going to, inside the class, I'm going to say float end, and for the save button, I'm going to set to float start. So this will be float n. Then underneath I'll just have a div.clear fix, so that the float will not mess up the bottom element. So yes, so and let me make it as big as the submit button tool. So I'll say btn long and reload. So yes, so now we have the delete and we have the delete and we have the save. So let's add some finishing touches. So in our index.html, remember we created the block page header. So right, okay, wait, let me, so not in our index, in our layout we create the block page header right here. So we're going to make use of that. So right here, I'm going to, in the footer, I'll give the footer, I'll say an empty 5. Then in my form, I'll start with my form. I'll say block page header. So inside block page header, then we'll put the title. Remember the title we will pass in the form to for edit and for create. So if I go back to my home page and I reload, you can see we have edit post here. So if I come to the main page and I click on create, you see that it shows create post. So I'm going to click on read more. Now I want to move the title from here and I'll put the title here. So That's going to be in the detail.html. I'm just going to create a block page header, then I'll put the post.title, then I'm also going to put the publish date too. So I'm going to say span class text white, font size 4, text uppercase. So now we'll put the post.publish. So when I reload this, so you can see this, a brand new title with the published date. So let me get rid of this one that is here. So I want the publish to be in a block on its own. So I can just say display, set to display block, then to come down. So okay, that's that. This is good, but so I want it to also be formatted. I want it to also be formatted properly. So for us to format it properly, I'm going to create a template filter. A template filter for formatting the date. So in my views.py under the blog, just directly above or directly below the convert markdown, say bp.app template filter, I'll set it as date format. I'll say define format date. So I'll pass in the date. So we are going to return date dot strive time. So I'm going to return %a, %d, %b, and %y. So I'll give it a comma here. So in our template detail.html, we can now add the filter and say date format. So when I reload this, you can see that we have Friday 17th March 2023. So that's going to be the published date. Let me see if I can reduce the font to 5. 5 will be smaller. Okay, yeah, so Friday 17th March 2023. So that's that. So I can also show the date here too in the for posts that have already been posted, like this one and this one, the brand new title. So I'm going to go back to my index.html, index.html. So where we have if not published, if published greater than, so if published greater than, then we have scheduled. So I'll just come inside and put an else here, and I'll set the div font size 5.text text dark, I also see text uppercase. Now say post.publish. So I'll also give this, I'll say text muted. So then I'll reload. So you can see it's coming out, but I still need to put the template, the date format. I still need to put the date format. So I'm going to reload this. So yes, so the date is coming out, but the text, the font size is too big, so I'm going to set it to 6, font size 6, so it can be smaller. Yes. So yes, so now we have the Friday 17th March. So yes, the date is there, the image, so everything is complete. So that's essentially it. So 10th March, the post has already been published. This one is for 17th, so it has already been published. So why the ones for the future scheduled, and the ones that don't have published dates are for draft. Then so that's it for this project. We've created we can create posts, we can view a single post. Okay, we have non-object of non-type. Okay, because it doesn't have a published date. So what I'll do is in the detail.html, this is going to be if post.publish, then we'll come down and end if. So and if, so I'm going to reload this again, so we can view a single post and can edit, we can delete that post if we want, and we have a confirmation modal. We can update, so we'll just save. So we have all the full CRUD functionality. We have syntax highlighting for coming from codehilite extension, pigments. So everything, we've done everything. So this is the end of the project. This is the end. What you can do now is you can add something like a comment, such that you can add like comment section, like where users that are logged in can comment. So we can do that, but we're not going to do that. So maybe you can do that on your own. So this code also will be on GitHub. The link will be in the description below. So thank you very much if you actually watched this to the end. Make sure you like, subscribe, and share the video if it was helpful to you.